pointless to resist it. Some people find enough courage to get on a train and head off into...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, look. See, you don't
No.
like it up.
Also no. Wrong again. These are all wrong stories.
Yeah.
Ah, there it is,
see you when I
the
get up, man.
forest. This train was passing through impenetrable, dense forests.
I think you got people having a nice evening, just late afternoon.
But a long way up here, right into the heart of the endless snowy nowhere. A perfect place for those who prefer tranquility, silence, and minus 45 degrees outside the window. Brr. Meet the man who made off into this palace of silence. The engineer. He'll be here on watch duty for many long and cold months, until the next lucky guy strides in to replace him. If one comes through at all, of course. But there's no need to feel sorry for him. Although the terrain is wild, there's plenty to see and do around here, especially if you're curious enough. Fortunately for my story, engineers are almost always inquisitive and attentive. These people notice things that elude the average person. And everything would have been fine in this adventure if the blizzard had not started at the wrong time. The chilly wind blew the engineer off the trail, which he immediately lost sight of. His fingers instantly
Guys,
turned
can you hear
into
clearly?
ice like everything else
Me
around.
too. Beautiful.
Last hope of salvation, a map of the terrain, treacherously slipped out of his hand. Luckily, the video's timing didn't allow the engineer to suffer for long. All of a sudden, in the middle of snowy nowhere, a door opened.
Hey.
Where to, by the way? The building didn't seem to be on the engineer's maps. Anybody home? This is how it all usually starts.
Since I'm using controller, it's a lot more different to everyone else.
In that strange hut, there was nothing. No people.
Way,
No
so you guys
warmth.
can see it.
Only darkness.
Fucking darkness here. Sure. This.
If I were you, I'd look for a key. Or something that looks like a key. Maybe just something heavy.
Fuck. Kid's photo. That is wrong, smart. Let's go next one.
Well, I don't think that's going to help.
Oh, all of us. Just to get a drink so my guy won't die of thirst. Should have did rolls my way before I even started the stream. But next one.
A heavy
I can check the
blood
controls for this game when I'm using the controller. What's that? I went there. I wonder what goes to talk upon we just seen on the glove.
I'm afraid there's nothing left to fix with a hammer. Any other ideas?
Duct tape fixes everything. Love they got a fucking not a lot of my character when I don't use it.
my glorious hero, having passed all the hardships of his watch,
After
finally
5
brings
though.
a light in order to notice something strange on the table.
They keep a guy. Oh, this will be us soon. Try that. Jokes. Maybe they'll get it the same or I can just go shoot the fucking switch. I do it. Anyway, go back in there and go. Fucking headache pretty much kept me asleep.
You all right? Oh, you're finally awake. A typical day on watch, huh?
Better arrive, but I fucking. Oh, I think I lost the wheel. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this might come in handy.
I'm using controller. From that. Inventory. Fuck. Hey, look. New beginnings. Open diary. Diary.
Of course. Such an inventive mind wouldn't have any trouble figuring out the mechanism of a simple trolley.
And up. Yeah. How far does my fucking thing stretch? Oh, not that far. Break.
Well, pretty much. Try pulling the other lever.
Transmission.
All right now. Just slowly.
Nothing. Come on. I think it's just fix that train was there. That's not actually yeah. So because I need it so I can get all some parts. Whoa, fuck me dead sideways. For that one. Plus. Need to get the hunger level.
That's a useful book you've picked up. Is the author some kind of scientist or inventor? I hope he's not too upset that we stole his train. That was awkward.
Yep. Can't wait to get a grapple. Break. Wood. Ready somewhere. Exploit my train. Slow as I go, I can move quicker. What up, driver? Yes, I'm playing this with controller. Come on. What's the button? This game does not like it when I'm using controller. Build. Right. I've played the game before. Check out the trolls. Yeah. Nah, that's what I'm gonna vote for, bro. I'm planning to quit by using vote. What button are we? T for me, but look at that. Break. I need to get some supplies. Jump. Motherfucker. Ah, I got it backwards. Wrong button. Little tip, you can shoot this thing with a gun. But since I haven't got the gun yet. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do, is farm some iron, but I'm fairly... Little tip, ice like this can be eaten. Ice cube you pick up can be eaten. Anyway, doing this farming. Explosion. Train. To bring up the build menu. What button does it bring up the build menu? Build, but oh, that button. Smelter. Scrap metal. Okay. So, not today, Junior. Damn you. Okay, launch this on. Thank you. Yeah, I think it was. I think it's F for me. I was going to be using a controller, but I'm feeling using controllers a little bit awkward. Smelton. Yeah, little tip, you can shoot this here to give yourself a boost. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Oh, I need a smelter build. And no, B's for the hammer. Rotation is No, we're gonna have to move this later on anyway. Wood, smolder, metal. Right. Yeah, while washing's done, I'm gonna have to pick these guys on and be back right in a second and hang out some washing. Oh, that would have, that would have definitely would have hurt. Well, I didn't see that. Little tip: these ones here, launch your direction you want to go. You would. Strap. See any path. I'm back. I'm just gonna go hang out some washing. I'm still just hang out washing. I should have done step by step in. Hang out washing. Do not let me go. Magic. Sorry about that. Had to go hang out some washing. Let's try this. Let's check out controller controls for people that use controllers in games. This is now full controller support for this game. Nah, I didn't smoke it yet. Backwards. Break for a second. I want that wood right there. And yeah, I agree. I'm gonna be farming some metal and that shit first before I even get into the first dock. Break. Ooh, you're flashing at me. Come on, remote reach. Asshole. One thing I can't wait for is the grapple hook, so I can just grab this shit easier. I bet you my guy ain't gonna get range. Yeah, he is just. Yeah, I'm a big kid. Love playing with Orlands. I won't touch that. I'll go grab my speed. So I can grab things quicker. I'll go back to the controller. I'll start going over the controller. Gonna move these guys a little bit closer. Yeah, I swear that grapple hook makes the game a lot more easier. So does having grapple hook when you're trying to hunt them things for leather. Yeah, this game's still early access, like hell early access. Ooh, don't take that. Oh, need my brake on. Off, I mean. If you listen classic, I'm close in. I think it's in level 2. You can see the boss in level 2. He's circling out here somewhere. Wood. Iron. Blowing up today on me. Ow. Not hit my guy's head. Scrap. Need that. This is why I haven't had my gun ready. It'd be fucking easier. You just basically shoot the break. Shoot that there and that there. Can't tell I've played the game before. Try out the demo. There's a demo on Steam if you haven't got the cache either for the game. So. See for a second, I'll look what's around me. Over for the little tip, this main carriage, changes very quickly. So you want to get everything on this carriage moved to the next carriage behind it. Yet, until the game tells me to. Okay, again. It is, yes. Thank you, driver. It is big. Take one. Oh, Adam. Any more steel? I should have put that in front of the switch. It costs you metal to relocate items as well. I mean wood to relocate items from installed. Jump. Jump. Yes, I'm keeping an eye. Oh fuck. Train's moving a little bit quicker than I am. Oh fuck you. Fucking explosion knocked me for a 6. Oh. Break. I think I'll get that far. Yeah, you gotta farm all the basic materials. Grapple hook helps you get these quicker too. Because if you need leather, that's your leather. Now origamics. Unlocking the gun is going to be a lot easier in a second. Scrap. Rammy. Wood. Wood. In. Scrap. Yeah, there's two versions of the grapple hook. There's one you can actually attach. There's one that attaches to your wrist. That is basically for you to get to the islands that are around to do the missions after you've unlocked it. And that's all by your research key. Fuck, I didn't see that. Reverse.
I just want that iron. Or any iron, any materials I miss, I'll go back for. As if the game lets me.
Keep. Break.
Let's use iron. We need that.
Iron. Helps you get into research trees. Okay.
Oof. Costs a little bit of iron.
Okay. Go forward. Use. Use. Keep. Get my food. Get that food level back up. You can use the ice that's in your inventory. People don't know about that. Until we unlock the cooker, and that's when Gamix comes in handy for. I'm not going to use that much. Right. All the stuff I can get and all the wood I can get will come in handy. And all the ice and that shit, since we do need to eat. You don't eat, you don't shit, basically. Alright, I've researched it.
Oh, it wasn't a big one.
That.
Don't we need iron for the
Oof.
this thing is this little one's gonna get fucking packed pretty much.
One more piece of scrap. Fabric on, off.
Yeah, you can get this shit done way easier. Yeah, wood will come in handy for if you're doing having to relocate for the big upgrade you can do later on.
Gamix, need that for later on. Scrap. Yeah. Let's see.
Copper. Ooh, copper. Oh, you don't need that for green shoe. Oh, shit. So don't get dragged behind by the train.
Oh, so that thing doesn't cut me. Drop blood on my face. Come on, let me down the rock. Thank you.
Fats, that'll come in handy for the burner. You unlock it. Said fats, not farbs. Fats help you with this shit here. Yes, a burning material. Gamics, we're not going to need tons of yet, but we still will. Use this to bounce us over. Oh, that would have hurt. There's a rock there. Yes. Okay. Pistons and that shit later on. If you're not used to it. Oh, is this here? I need to make some room on this thing. So. They should actually give you a fucking thing that touches your side there. Got wood. More metal. Oh, jump. That's coming in handy. It's the gamics. Source of food. Scrap. Yeah, I do agree with John. You need to go and ain't full yet. I think what's in the true. I wonder. Oh. Yeah. Right. Did see that in behind me. Might have to get backwards to get that. Click. Click. Get some line with that. I'll grab some of that shit on the way back. I'll see finish it. Yeah, I can. Can't tell I'm used to doing that. I swear, when you unlock the steam engine for this first carriage, it fucking changes the game totally. String. Spring. Could make two of them so we can use that for later on. That, so I need some more iron. Look, not long enough. Yeah, actually, you never know you miss, basically. Like I said before, I missed a fuckload of stuff. Try to punch it.
I can punch it.
Well worked.
Break.
Bam.
Break up.
Gammix and everything else.
Sneak this. Oh, can I reach back there?
Yes, I can. Yes.
So we need one then.
So we're gonna need the other shit, the green shit. Another table, so I'll left that table there.
He's got a cheese addiction.
That to get the next
Cover. Wait for this to cook. Look around.
wood. Wood's basically always needed. Yeah, you've probably played it, Drive, haven't you? I'm checking by my top screen. That's how I'm talking to you, Driver.
You. Oh, wait. That's you. Guys, all the shit. I can tell if it's still on. I'll just check my screen.
Oh, you got the big one. They've been adding more stuff to it as well. 'Cause this ain't even the full game yet, it's still early access. Ooh. Potato rock. Take two. Yeah.
Well, they can't build that. Oh, not fucking hard.
Fuck, you go through a lot of metal in this game. can't get stuck on the bloody thing. Imagine if the fucking train's in front of you, get slung into one of these rocks and it kills you. Would have got plenty of Yay, first time with my gun. Through that doorway. That way. If I turn my thing into session friends only. Doesn't spot it, I'll turn it open to let you in, driver. Oops, wrong key. Make sure you get your character looking different to mine. Surfing in a game. Oops, wrong one. That's fine here. Can't push yourself too far. That we need to talk. One. So go here. Piece of army. Xbox. Alright, brother. Just let me know when you do before you do, and I'll turn it over. I'll turn it into the other way. Coffee.
So what? Is it the same edition? Because I've seen that in the menu. I can log into my Epic account. Where did I fit that? That works. Let's grab my vape.
Yeah, I might change that in my controls so tab is my inventory. Like it's only the one thing, Trevor. You remember when your food was both you couldn't eat ice? I think it was just like food and water you had to have. If it's two of us game, we might have to add you to my Discord. Or borrow Chudley's. When you get that, you think you could fuck. That won't knock me back to my fucking dream. Yeah, this game is up to, I think it's 4-player, 5-player, 1 and 2. It gets hectic when you get that many people on the train. Alright, so I can unlock my gun. What, anything else I need? No, no. Got this stuff underneath me too.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're friends with me on Steam, you can play with me. It's weird how that the hang on you get early on is oils. That. Movement. But no matter. Just in case I need to shit later on. Oh. See, Remy. Some screws. Oh, shoot. Train, I should say. Two, get the middle of them two. See that there? It's not a truck in the distance. Truck, or that's the serpent boss. Looks like it's the serpent boss. Oh, it's a chain. Tripping the fuck out of me, she doesn't distance. Slap. Oh, nothing out. Get one more piece. That's just cool. Do this in the main station, that thing there, but I'd rather do it before we get in there. Communicate that box in there. I can't find any game to join. Okay, let me just session. Now try it, brother. I'll just turn mine open. Or do I need to be logged into my Epic account for you to find it? Or I just... They got Steam over there? Yeah, they do. There's no button to... Yeah, oh, there is. There you go. I just sent you a thing by Steam. Or do I need to be logged into Epic? Do I need to be logged into Epic?
Is that the reason why? Yeah, it might be. I just thought about that. As if they've got Steam and Epic with each other. It's only $34 on Steam anyway. I see Alaron wants it as well. See, when you get closer to it, there is no scrap at all. But last time I remember, there's boxes in here I can loot. Ooh, kitchen. So I'll research this to get in the kitchen. Oh. Hope there's scrap in here.
It dares me to jump when this thing catches me. Grabs me. See what launches me behind the plant.
Its normal price is 53. Shit, that made my game dark. When it's pointing over it.
Of course, I didn't expect to be greeted with balloons and fanfare, but where is everybody?
Housemate's making pommies for himself. He's like, and what's enough cheese? It's like, that one's pouring off of it. Because and that's what it's saying to me. I can link my Steam and Epic together. And I haven't logged into my Epic account for like donkey yonks. It reminds me I got a Epic account. Aha! Who's joining me? Who's this? Who's this? Who's this in the chat? If I find out who this is, it'll come in handy. So I'm not playing alone anymore, I've got a friend with me. Do everything you can, whoever you are. Who's this? But someone in here with me. Alright, fine. Dude, looting as well. Oh, the makes you think.
Poor thing.
Oh, this is where I get the hang on.
Because of time and fate can't weave a long life path for everyone. Well, at least he won't be needing a revolver anymore.
Yeah, I think so.
Who do you think this
Hang on, I should be able to tell by my.
So many diagrams on the table. He's probably some kind of designer. Well, used to be.
566. I should actually warn him my live and fucking did on stream.
He left the
Is there a safe ready with the.
out in the open.
Thank you.
That was a great idea.
Thank you.
But don't ever do the same thing, okay?
Yeah.
I got an idea. We're gonna need those parts soon.
Oh. All the parts I can get, I'll grab. I think it's me upgrading my vessel.
Now about my brilliant idea and the details. The console on the platform looks suspiciously similar to the device in the blueprints. It was mentioned there in the train upgrade paragraph. I'd tell
Oh,
you
yeah,
what
so
to
that-
do about it, but I have no idea.
I need a spring and I need a thingy, so let's go and.
An engineer. Truly an engineer.
Upgrade that. Get some random. Oh wait. There is Melee in the game too. People that people that I've not played it before. And a little trip. Awesome. Oh. Oh, boost moment. It's dark in here. Oh, he's already advanced that much. It ain't funny. He's got a grapple gun already. He's a high level. Or he went out and bought the $56 combo you can get. If I could fucking message you, because the in-game. So if there's an in-game chat, let's go fucking tell him to go watch my stream as well. Yeah, it's unlocked. He vanished. I think he quit. Yeah, I think he quit. I think he's after someone who's a little bit more advanced than I am. Oh, motherfucker. Or he went out and bought the collector's item. The collector's edition you can get Spores pack. Ooh. Best way to get low that is. Oops. Got the jailbreak one.
left. He's left. Oh, that must have been a scrap one. Nice, I need more scrap. Fucking 10 scrap, holy shit. Anything grabbed? No. Break.
The leech is not clever or intelligent. You can hardly call it dangerous either.
Yeah, I know. Oh, where's that leech? It tells me there's a leech attached when there's a leech attached. Must be not near me. I killed a flighter. Yeah, I better stop relocating everything. Hammer. Out of wood. Oops. How did I fit that? Ah, destroyed, I think. Yeah, I did. I remember all these controls. G. Okay, so that is. Box and relocate. G. Remember the buttons? Trying to remember the buttons is not funny. And a base to build a hammer. Hammer. Okay. Top there. Keep this front port empty. That's all I need. Ah, should hit you. That comes up. Just killed it. Load. Let me just do this. Session. Settings. Epic. because I haven't been in my Epic account for a bit. I forgot my Epic account's password. Epic, of course, my Epic account is in Russian. Last time I used it also when I was signed in. Uh, I was logged into my link, my Epic, and my Steam just then. Just in case that helps you join, Trevor. Whoops! I just lost my. Lost my.
Oh, Shane, your girlfriend's on Sam's TV.
Lost my stream then.
Oh, what? Your girlfriend's in there.
That's better. Look, you can see everything now. Yeah, just link my thing to what you're saying, brother.
Hey guys, you just want to go hard with some chocolate at us now? It is open. I don't know if we can trust it or not.
Sick. I just needed it more open so I can shoot it.
Yeah. That's what that shit is. Embilas. Yeah, my arms are broken, bro. They're painted on, bro. They don't work. My arms are painted on.
Shoot that. Speed. Leech. Ooh, airdrop another. Actually, I'll need later on. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, brother. Hang on, click break. Been trying that too. It's not letting me at the moment. You're on Steam, aren't you? Let's do this. You guys not supposed to see this.
And what puts me off buying a car is that
Store page.
that makes me think we could just fuck this car, and there you go for a cash grab.
Last gift.
they do. Hey, Pete.
Hang on, bro.
Like I'm magically pressing this vape to...
Try that, brother. Oh, make sure it's unlocked. Try that.
My tank's nearly empty. I was actually going to pinch some of your juice, but
That was the button. Other one.
Uh,
Other one.
that one?
Yep. This lemon, mate. I've tried this. Warning is strong. Just helping a friend out. Driver, keep an eye on your Steam. You might get a present.
I'll try and empty my tank before I go and pinch some of your juice off it. And let me know when your tanks run out, because I'll give you some of my soda grape to try.
Yep. I'm
Just
streaming.
want to try just straight off.
No, I'm streaming at the moment, brother.
I didn't see that when I got one the other day, because I would have grabbed this one. Takes the edge off a bit, eh?
Oh yeah.
Does this just taste like fucking grape soda?
I just showed my mate my vape pen. My vape I've got. Save. Driver, do me a favor. Check your Steam. Check your Steam, brother.
You sure? You still there? Check your Steam.
Howard, like Duracell.
All you have to do is install it. Thank you, brother.
That knife is very good at
So equals then you can game with me and Chad then. That's the reason why I've done it, brother. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I had to help one of my friends out do something. Half install and half jump in. It gives me time now to have a cigarette break. Should be quitting work. It's big. Yeah, that makes it way easier, bro. Especially if you're at the same time link your other when you log in, link your and link your other account. That will help you too. And warning, it plays it all on Epic, on all Epic graphics and that shit. No, I was gonna do it to Alaron, but he's not in my chat. Unless he's lurking, like normal. And what I'll do, I'll probably open up my Discord and bring you into the Discord. Let me just go to my other monitor. Discord, my channel is where there. Where's your name? There, right click. Invite to server. And there's an invite on Discord for you to join my Discord server. And you should be able to jump into it's called Atlas and Chill. So it should be Atlas and Chill for you too. Let's transfer it to the
Discord, I can hear everyone. If you want a Discord link, ladies and gentlemen, just send a message in the chat or DM me on Discord. Yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, I forgot to set this up because I'm not using ordinary mic. Ready. So that gets through to my headset. It should do, brother. Because if you see, the game is Steam. How Steam says it's early access, and on Epic it says it's full release. Because Steam has just got it as early access. I know on Epic it's almost full game. Can't reach Metro. I was supposed to hint you. I told you about that one. It shouldn't take you that long because you got better internet than I've got. You. Yeah, I shouldn't be teaching people that trick. And it makes it easier for if you're playing with Chud. Want to play with Chud? You can now use your Steam account instead of your Epic account. I'll be still broadcasting, brother. I'll be still playing this for the next couple of hours. We played probably like Chud was. Because I already know, I already left. I already gotta move all this to the next carriage when I unlock it because I already know what happens next. Kitchen, yes. Alright, what do we need to get you together? Ooh, can I build them? Yeah. Two. Oh. No, because it's a different yeah, you have to start new. But if you join I think they've got it if you be able to, you should be able to join me after that's downloaded. Plus it's a different different gaming system, like if you're trying to play if you're trying to pay a save of another console style share. This is what I'm building, ladies and gentlemen.
now I can build pistons. It means now I can give this place a full extension. That's spring. Fuck off. I am. I'm fully Machana. Transfer this to this. Because I just seen my health. To get your health up, you gotta eat. Can I farm them too? Yes, I can. But when I get the kitchen, it's gonna become a fuckload easier. Now the kitchen. So you got up to where you can kitchen one. Rotate. R. Or
Can you chuck this your charger for a minute? I reckon I might have to kill your battery.
what's your battery?
Battery's in there.
Rip out your battery. So the gym's held to make so.
What's that the top charger you got?
Industrial bitch. Touch that to a wall outlet. I just had to help mate out. He hasn't got a... Yeah, they have. They've increased their They've increased the couple of other things as well for people that are used to the Epic version. I think it's some more wood. Damn, what else like that? Go. Since they've changed a lot in the game, basically in their but you can tell for how quick I'm moving in that shoot. And they've changed a couple other things, but you can tell. Stacks are being increased, so has other One. Get some food going. Around. Oh, force and get that then. Yeah, I'll be upgrading this thing to the 2 carriage soon. So I might get a little bit further than the truck was. I am out of fucking wood. Go further. Nah, you can basically, if you remember how
how you can basically fly if they fly past you, hit E and kill it, and some of your touch kills them. That trick. They've kept that trick as well. A lot more of the old. A lot more of the old tricks from people that if you remember half of the tricks from the. Come on. Old tricks that people used to use. All the old fucking shoot the lock, shoot the damn, I missed a fucking way back there. Press. Shoot that so I don't get launched by it. So we don't get stuck behind them things. Because they're meant to be releasing a fuckload more for this game on Steam than they were on Epic. Because everyone thought it was, everyone thought that they failed on Epic, but they've been waiting for a long time for this to come to Steam. So, ooh, I need some amount of wood. Damn. Wood. See it here. I just seen that scrap before, and I want to go back for it. Go with Chud, you do need lucky little fucking thing. You do need a lot of scrap and a lot of wood. Something you can hardly find, even if you're not looking. Scrap, scrap, scrap. Okay, mix this. Just grab it, can I? You see that, ladies and gentlemen? I did just shoot my actual train lock to make me move quicker. Come on. It's like walking a dog does it, and it doesn't want to walk. Shift. Forward button shifts to move quicker. For anyone new to the game. Load that up so I don't get fucking launched by the thing. Train. Don't destroy them, those don't work. It'd be easier if I could do land. Chop down trees. Get that.
Just
Well, I caught Chad in his missions, he was done. Mission he was up to.
I need to grab it first. Bandage.
Oh, I need leather. Oh, I got that.
Further. Actually,
Mini game. Whoa, that would have hurt.
Like,
Can you see it too? Or am I hallucinating already?
Ow.
Can they see us? Hey! Well, whatever.
no, they cannot see us. But let's go in reverse for a second.
Gadget. Drop my vape. You need to go back to get some of that wood I missed.
Fucked.
Oh, I'm on the train.
Ah, I see. There. Fuck, so much scrap looking up my house. Funny a second. fuck would you use for everything? Oh. Oh, come in handy. So I can get a motor with a bigger carriage later on. Wood. Iron's the thing you need, and at this stage of the game you need fuckloads of wood. Come on, you slow thing. Should increase the speed of it just so I can get those things quicker. But then it goes too fast and you miss everything you want. Hitting that fast makes fucking things drag me backwards. Right there. Can't reach it because it's that wood. Let's do this. Get this going. There's nowhere I can build the gun bathroom. gunpowder, get that over and done with. Spring. Take a drink. I'm dying of thirst. Holy shit. Wow. Come on. Breaks. Uh-oh. Is he gonna make it? Food. And armor. We need both of them. Well, happy as wood for 6. Never two things. Let's got some food. You should be able to join Atlas Live and Chill. Two driver. You want to speak to me in that show? Yes. Yes. Yeah, maximum stack of 10. As well. What's that gonna cost me to build? Ew. Not out of iron, I got tons on me. That was like yours. That or the other one? Okay, bub. Fuck, we could go hunt some more wood. Oh, you're trying to make it reach it. Wood pieces. Two of them just in case. All that's holding me back is hard. That wood again. You can customize your weapon, ladies and gentlemen.
each of the places you'll see where you get your first lot of enemies at, and other places you get enemies at, you'll find weapon pieces. Like these pieces, and you can change them out for each piece. Or build a new weapon. And I think that's what involves a level C2. On the plate, just in case. Can't wait to get the fucking crusher. Make hunting this shit a lot easier. Yep.
Yeah. Another way of making food. Fun. Keep. Well, scarecrow can cut comes in any flavor. Fuck anything about to move. Health back. Yeah, I've got the armor fucking best for that yet. This game gets a lot more easier the more players you got, and it gets a lot more harder because a lot more food you go through. Let me show you this. You don't give me anything, have you? very interesting and very relaxing at the same time. They've kept it how far with the story was. Per mission you do, like me crafting others mission, you get further in the story. Scrap. So. Ow. What gets annoying is when you get the fucking landmines that fall upon you. It's the only part in this game that gets fucking annoying. Truck. Resources anyway. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Going to the next port. Hopefully find some more scrap here. What supplies here. And I'll probably give this thing an extension. Probably start my second carriage, my next carriage. And I reckon I can go into a gunfight. Food. So I can get his health back. Good menu. Scrap. That was me making a rocket. Fuck.
Fuck, it gets dark in here.
Station.
This place you can always find scrap in as well.
Expect a warm welcome. That's a shame.
Ain't got some guys yet. Scrap. Yay, peggy machine.
No, they're doing that, damn it.
This is the puggy machine.
What are you looking for?
Up over here. You need a spring and I need a spring and a thingy. Need one of them. And I need a spring. So that's that.
So I can get to the next.
Spring and that would be right into okay, must be where I can't build a new card yet. Okay.
It must be up to a part of the game where I
Need scrap. No. That's it. Yeah, new inventory, so I can start.
model upgrade anyway. Piston one. 2 pistons. One piston.
Did you use nunchucks for singing, Sam? Use nunchucks for feeding ducks.
like that soon too.
Yeah, let me know when this is empty, and I'll fill it up for you.
Yeah.
I don't have an empty container to put it in, you know what I mean? It's hard unless
Yeah.
you get the empty containers, you know.
Oh, what was that? Lord teaching me mechanics. Tomato.
Oh.
That's what I guess sashimi, but this one was the next one. Think about. I teach you a trick either. Headshot. Oh, I hit him like 4 times. Yeah, I got oh, Jesus Christ. Why ain't I can play
What's
food?
that sound? Is there someone else in here?
The guy's like, radio. Bashed the radio with a hammer.
Everything is fixed by a hammer in this game. It's like
Armed. Motives unclear. Presumably linked to... The personnel has been eliminated on post number... Permission granted to open fire to kill. Over and out.
No, most likely them bastards go on the hill because I shot him in the head.
I think we're connected to someone. We got here on a scientist trolley, through his portal. We're using
That you can do with him.
We're following his trail.
I've already given her half the punishment.
About.
Yes, let me leap the fuck out of here. I've got no boxes though, yeah. Right. Loot, look for loot. Time to use the faking machine. First, unload and set up parties small weapon. Increases. Alright, but removes 1% damage. Good handling, I'll take that. There's the rest of the parts. I'll leave here. Where's that faking machine? Teaching people how to gamble. Thank you. I was smoke right. Looking. Now look how far into it. Should look around the areas just in case there's any other boxes. That shit. I hint about little fucking creatures that you can tame. That's not how actually there is. Oh. We go back.
Ahem. I want to warn you about something. Aside from the nasty but harmless creatures, there are other, let's just say, hungry monsters.
Did not. Screw up. Change that quickly with settings. Little fucking shark.
That thing, if I kill it, gives me 3 leather. Yeah, fucking shark, give me a heart attack. You had to say the word. Come on. I'm gonna kill you so I can steal the leather you produce. Fuck you, shark. You fucking dog asshole.
Oh, Mr. Sharky. Fuck, my shots are off. When did he come closer? So I'll get the 3 iron from him. 3 leather from him. Bridges. That evil thing. The leather you usually use. That will come in handy. I'll do it right now for you, brother. Shift, shift control. Over. Right to the lobby. Send you right then, brother. I've got it to friends only anyway. Yay! Jump into channel. I think I can drag you in the channel. No, I can't. In my Discord, you should see a channel called Atlas a lot live and chill. Join that one. If you see that one, join that one. Yeah, bro. But so then they can hear you. Let me unmute my other end. Where's my stream fucking Twitch button? So they can hear you as well. That's better. You probably need it only for this one because it's early. Yeah, brother. You got your weapon in that shit? Hit 3. Yeah, cool. So to make sure.
You know how to play this. Oh, I'm not that far ahead. Just teach yourself the controls. F to bring yourself back in, space to thingy. Food is built from the kitchen. Yeah, I found out the hard way on that. If you don't want your health to go back full. Whoa! And yeah, you can get yourself launched by the plants, the explosion plants. Found that out the hard way. What, the explosion plants? Yeah, I've... Yep. Fucking plant. Yeah, they if you get near them, the explosion ones, it the same. Yep, cool. So I hope no way. No, they've got it because if you they've got it so that if you lose health, only way to regain health is to eat. Unless you're in the firefight. Yeah, they will that plant above your head will launch you for a 6. I found it the hard way on that one. If you get full inventory, just fill up the boxes. Or you keep crafting it. Don't worry, I'm not that far in. Like, see, I'm up to having to build the bandages. Yeah. I found out that one. I found out how many times I got slingshot so many times in this game. It ain't funny. Your side's got an explosion barrel. Hit shift, you can move. Shift and forward, and your forward key will move you quicker. If you think we're gonna move quicker, let me know and I'll enable it. They've added like was there a mini game for the stick in the middle here? Was there a mini game on Epic for your the acceleration? Yeah, they've actually they've added a fucking it's good for once. Yeah, and that's why everyone's their own. Like I think it's after I do the bandage mission and a couple of other missions, I get the big middle fucking front of it. Yeah, we need fucking yeah we need hold F. Drag yourself in. Whatever key you've got it mapped to. Shoot. Shoot the bottom panel. Oh, the gravity fucking got you. Yeah, they've actually kept that feature in. I think I'm happy with it. Chuck it in one of the boxes or start smelting it. Yeah. Maybe bottom box. Top box is full. How am I blocked? How do I do that? How do I... How do I unblock? It doesn't say it's blocked by me. Now, oh! Now you can. I have to go into the actual settings, my actual settings for it, and allow you to use everything. Allow, allow. Apply, that's right. Ah, that's cool. Now you can use everything here, including all the switches and that shit. Let's rob Silver Snake. Yes, I found that one. That's fucking handy. They've got that in this game. Oh, you can be able to build too if you need to. If you think I'm gonna add more things. Yeah, water being made. Another box up. I'll play the game. It won't be in a second. Just build the stacks. Oh no, I need one wood. Got wood. They've changed a lot. What happened? Where'd you go? What happened to you? Forever. Did you just get kicked, or you just got kicked? Invite you back. Go back to the lobby. Still in Discord, I think. Yeah, it's still in Discord. End hammer, isn't it? Might be even my connection. What the fuck are you killing? No, I can't hear you in Discord. You've gone fully offline on mine. Where the heck did you get the leather from? Oh, you're here now. You're back. What happened there? Oh, I'm used to it. Shift. Right to lobby. Oh. Guess what we're up to.
Grapple hooks?
Time to stop building. You found leather, and that's what was holding us back from getting into grapple hooks. Yeah, I found leather in a box, so I was like, yoink, should build the armor. Not build it, but have the armor unlocked. I don't know, that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, I know you can get it from the thing that shoots you wheels. Because that's where I'm always getting it from. Yeah, because I sent you an invite. But because of mine, it just said you just started playing. What's that? Codes it coming up with? 10th of the 5th. Yeah, I think so. No? No. You shoot my save.
There you go. We can both play single player, but we can play. Grapple hook unlock. Fuck yes.
Oh, build them. I've got it as for under friends, so if you bring up my name on Steam, tell it to join game. If you control shift tab, bring up it should come up my name. Right click on my name, tell it to join game. That's the easy way I don't it because you're back. Easy way I don't it because it's under the friend. Oh, mine's set under friends list only. At the moment, I'm unlocking the grapple by building the grapple hooks. The grapple gun. The grapple gun, so we can use the grapple to grab shit. Chuck in the box. Or try to make the 2 bandages. Because we need 2 bandages to complete the next mission. And they've got it so then any of us can complete the mission. Lab's there. Table 1's there. Armory's there so then we can have the upgrade our weapons in that shoe. In there. We need to go find some more. I think we're out of that shit. Gooey shit. Oh, fuck that on me. Oh, what am I asking? Oh, you're making bandages. Nice. Oh, use bandage. Okay. Yeah, I dropped the bandage. Oh, I can't split them. Watch your health out. Alright, use bandage. Get my health back up then. Bandage. Get health back. Unlock garden. I've already I'm gonna build the garden. Yeah, just hit flip the switch if you need to. First things first. For that mission. To try and kill it, he slammed the chewing gum. Well, I think I'm now building, brother. Since I've seen it, and when we've unlocked it, I was like, yeah, I'm building one of these things. What the? Yep.
Tell me if it unlocks it for you too.
No, tell me if I've already got the gun unlocked. You get a 2 key pop up. 2 key pop up. So I've now got slot 1 is now. No, still gotta make you one too. Oh, that's great. Pots. We need a stack of fuck, we're out of wood. Chuck it into the smelter. I'm trying to make you a oh wait, I'll just give you the one I'm using. At my feet, quickly before it anti-spawns. Grab the grapple hook that's right here on the ground before it despawns. Right here, bouncing around. Oh. Shit. Put it into my box then. Grab hook, top box. What? You'll need. Let me just take this out then. First key. You need 2 springs. Take the springs out of the top box. Take the thing out, and it's in this table here. It's in the ironing up. Yep, go into the workshop, workbench, and have a look what you need. It's in the bottom. It'll be classified as a tool. What do you need? Got the wire first, because that wire's pretty easy. The forge, the smithy's making a smelter's making a copper ingot. Turn that copper ingot into wire for yourself. I'll chuck this in. Alright, that was easy. I'll chuck the iron ingot is where you got the copper ingot is in the same box you picked up the iron from before. They should just make a make 2 things for that, and I've got 2 pieces of iron here for you. So then you can make yourself a grapple. I wonder, can I grab one of these bars? Yeah. Boink, grapple him. Grab another one.
That's way easier. No. Yeah, that is savage. I literally went out and made it one.
So now you've got to grab a hook, attach that to one of your keys. Cigarette, and then I'll go start the train again. I'm shocked there's no DC on the streams tonight. Can't be that full.
Box next to me's got
Yes. And then now, since we've got a grapple hook, we can go twice as fast. And it ain't the one I want. I want the actual one that attaches to your wrist. The gravel hook that attaches to your wrist. You know how when you put your guy's wrist, there's one that attaches to your actual hand. That's the one I want. That's the cause you know how you get to islands and that shit. You get that special one that attaches to your wrist. That's the one I want. No, they've changed. Like that's how much they've changed, brother. They've changed it heaps. Yeah. They've changed it heaps. You get that after you fucking unlock the first motor. So yeah, I've done a little bit of research behind all this. Before I start on phone up. Yoink! Oh fucking fog kicked in. Foggeroo. Fucking Foggeroo. It is. I have no weapon parts. I have no weapon parts. We're only gonna start hunting the fucking. Yeah, I got rid of it when I upgraded my last one. I haven't got it anymore. I left it at the last station. So we now have to go hunt them fuckers. Ooh. Big boy. Rock. Massive one. Yeah, because I've got it, you don't see that. Lol. I know, right? we need to hurry and get to the next, okay, one of them stopping stations at Chudbound. Or the next, what the enemies are. I just use them as a fucking grabbing tool. Gosh. You gotta jump off the side, and that's fucking annoying. Yeah. Whoa, shit. Oh, launched. It's like the train's got an automatic suction gauge. So it sucks you straight onto this fucking thing when you get close to the train. Oh yeah. I am.
I'm using the grapple hook to add to its fullest occasion.
It's a lot more easier with more people you get because you can get one person focus like us two focusing on that and trying to focusing on the mission. You think Chud gets it? Well, when Chud jumps on the tomorrow, we can play with him. Yeah, freaky man. Nah, he'll need to change his thing. And I'll teach him how to do that.
Whee! Yeah.
It's piss easy. Most games should have it that easy for people to join each other. Or the explosion thingy. You can hit him with the grapple and explode him on my way. I just did before. Oh, you mean the pushy one, the one with the arrow? Fucking the. Oh, I should have the fucking crossbow. The grapple stopped me from getting in anywhere near him. Explodes. Oh, I'm gonna have to unload myself in a second. Holy shit. Might have to fucking fix the fucking make some more boxes. Holy shit. Yeah. Big build. What do you find? I'm a shock no fucking sharks. I've only killed that, one shark that I said what the fuck was before. I've been in that one shark attack. It's gone. No box. Fire this. I'm out of wood. No. Yeah, that's what my next one. So I know this first one becomes the motor, the motor. The next one's gonna be next one's gonna be crafting. One after that's gonna be for storage. Yeah. Turn some of that into fucking ingot. Ah, let's use my gravel hook. Me. Just turn the speed up. Oh, I haven't turned the speed up. I was just told to try to go. What was that? Alright, we're going 2 times speed. I can. Stuff that we got tons of. Stuff we got tons of, like.
I'm not used to it. Whoa! That's a boost.
You get used to carrying like so much on you. We're in reverse now. Yeah, I remember that. It's the same in the other one. They changed a couple of things. The story at the start's changed a bit. Break, flick, flick. Speed. No, I only checked it at 1 time speed. Looks like a dead carriage down there. I like how you can see things out in the distance. I love how you can see this like shit out in the distance. Just. That's wood. Grab hook. No, fail me. Come on, grab it. Thank you. It's only ice. We don't need that much ice. Oops. It's only ice. We've got like fucking that much ice. We don't have to have ice until we get the motor. That'll fucking launch me. It launched us both. It launched both of us. Yeah. You're gonna hit him like dead center almost. Fucking operating this thing by grapple hook is easier. Holy shit. Multiplayer just brings the funness to it. Is it me? This game's just relaxing. The game's just relaxing. Give me a boost. Whee! Come on, train. Stop waiting for the train to catch me. Oh, you see the explosion. Ah, you got that. Ah. Not used to aiming from above me now. Oh, got him. What was that one? Nice. Was that fat and all that? Nice. I know when the mines can't get, you can deactivate the mines just by floating up to it and hitting a button and getting away from it. Oh, they didn't know the mines that come in like, later on. They didn't use ship. Yeah, the track mines. Fuck. That's got some fucking speed boost then. Thank you. Oh fuck yeah. I was going behind and I see his explosion. Oh, explode me this time. That you oh fuck, is that you hear the grapple go off? Oh, you grabbed it. Cool. Alright. Well, I'm shocked you don't get stuck on the bowls and that shit. Like your cord, the cord that must be on us must be like a powerful cord. Yeah, it must be. It doesn't get stuck on anything. Failed. The fail is down. No. I remember in the fucking on Epic you used to have to be heaps accurate. No, it just has to be in the. It actually comes up a weird symbol when you connect to it. Grapple hook changes. That's probably me. Ah, me. Damn it! Try to put the fishies up. So how far was shot into this? Oh, inventory full. Start smelting shit. Oh yeah, we have to. Oh, oh yeah, the fire above shows you that it does not. Oh, we are. Get your food hungry, get your food up to where you need it. As long as your hunger's full, you don't have to worry about more boxes. I just learned charcoal. We need two. We need one leather. We need one leather to unlock the next. Yeah. Yeah, one. Yeah, that. I built more because I was fucking. I'm like, I'm sick and tired of not having enough space. Currently smelting as much as I can. What's that? Oh, we can now make charcoal. No, you can actually make charcoal via the smelter. Chemical and thing in this chemical and wood together in the smelter. I just jumped overboard because I just seen how much was sitting over here. Doing the crafting. That's what I was trying. I was trying to make us a small room. Oh, thank you. I didn't see that one till you shot it. Yeah, chemical and wood makes you charcoal for the burners. So you cut that spin to last longer. See that one? Oh yeah, we're getting close to the next firefight. Board. Second. What I hear was that's why I heard come out of my end. Is that I was like, what the fuck was that? Oh. Yeah. Oh, actually, you can eat normally. That's the same thing as Gamix does. And here's where all the fucking parts stop. Oh, there's two of us, so because then we can have to split the coins up. It's weird how they've got that. You get fucking points in killing people. You know what I mean? Any food? Don't need that much food. Got tons of it. Yeah, I think we do. Chemical is the most thing we need, basically. We can make stuff out of it. On in. Since that I missed, I was able to turn around and sit behind me. Jump on. The funny thing is, when this thing grabs you, do not jump. You can't get launched off the ship when this thing grabs you. Alright. Oh, see if it does it to me again. You should grab a look. We sit still at the station, and we can do probably another upgrade at the station. Fuck it, 16 organics on me. Yeah, as soon as we go to the station. Oh, we can sit still at the station. We still got the firefight still at the station too. Fuck it. Oh, we did, and the reload trick with the hammer. That's fucking fat you do that. Where'd you get that one?
Fixing in the air and pulls part of the pull his gun apart, slides it back in together.
It's gonna be fun. I wonder, is it gonna launch me? Is it gonna launch me? It's gonna launch me, is it gonna like usually I get launched when it grabs me, it's like thump, launches me back.
Oh fuck! Lucky I got like an ass in the train done.
Aha, let's first what we should do is loot up everything we can. Other side. What's it gonna take for an extra? Ooh, that's gonna be expensive. They have, haven't they? Always on the right hand side, always where your enemies are, basically. Past the second wall in. Let's go kill these motherfuckers. Yep. Yeah, that's what it's gonna do. And you can craft, you can craft all your ship, basically. Do the extension. That's what I'm probably going to do, is the next extension or next carriage. If I can. Yeah. Yeah, you got. Don't need it when I've got. Haven't got that next weapon that requires ammo. Yeah, true. That's happened to me a couple of times. Second spring. Well, no, I ain't gone over there yet. So I'm dealing with the crafting wise first. So. Wait till you see on the other side. Other side change. You're in the second section. I know where the enemies are. You're in the area where the enemies are, or Phew. Yeah, you having to go on that side is a little bit annoying. Just seeing what we need for the I'll be over in a second. I'm just checking out what we need to do the two pistons. Okay, I'll put the stuff in the box. Eight. My guys now have a fucking full hunger bar. Transfer all the fat in here. Alright, you ready? This is gonna had the broom. Scrap heaps of it everywhere. Where is cunt? Fuck, these cunts have got like fucking long shots. Whoa! This spot changed for you? Yes, gunpowder. Ah, I'm a dumbass. I ran out and see five cunts hiding behind one box. 5 seconds, hit that mission. Holy shit, this fucking... They got more here than the last spot. Come on, stand up. I know you want to. Must be my connection or something, brother. Must be my connection or something. Right. So I've had issues that much with the internet the last couple of days. It ain't funny. Shocked my stream, mate. I fucking yeah. Ow! That's got a shotgun. I died. Yeah. Not shot. Pulled a shot trick. Shot that him in the nuts. Yeah, if you... Yeah, it must be my connection. That all? Might be the last one. Oh, no, it's one more left. How's got an automatic machine gun? Holy shit. I know, I want it myself. I want it. It's like you can't pick up the weapon. Oh shit. Ah, yeah. Headshot. Oh, full inventory. Fuck off. What she said. Point. One guy left. I'm gonna run back to the ship, unload what I got on me. Complete the craft menu. Shoot. Not literally, but I'm just gonna go grab the weapon they gave me. What was it? Oh. Increase handling by 0.1. Minus handling. Minus handling. Minus handling. Create an ammo box. Oh, you win, are ya? I didn't even know you were winning. So you killed that last dude? I've got us to the next mission as well. What is saying that? Yeah. Look for all the loot we can get. Oh, my attention for fast things to run off. That wasn't me. Alright. Let me go ahead and unload what I got on me. I got better handling from my weapon bob now as well, so I'm happy. Yep. Yeah. It felt like them cheating. I used how to do it. I got 3 strings. Come on, I got 3 springs and 2 bearings. I can't extend it. I wanted to try to extend it, and it wouldn't let me extend it. So I haven't got enough resources. That's that. Unless I have to chuck them in the wood thingy. No. I need 2 pistons. And I can extend this again. Pistons. Gives us an extension to the get a problematic carriage to its full length. That's fucking easy. Yes, I know that one off by heart. The locomotive is a big bitch. I've got 5 on me. Yeah. Yeah. You realize I was like, I don't need any more scrap metal. Oh, should be. What about micro lag? Everyone's been saying there's micro lag in the game. Micro lag in the game. Holy shit, I never realized the characters are getting this long. Yeah. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do another one. Fully upgraded, it's saying. Can't make another cargo. Please be no grenade. It's for the machine gun. So I've got two pointer. All you had to do was in the armory, you go customize weapon, click on the weapon you've got, choose a group. That's what it's probably for. It's probably for the group. So it's probably for another. Jeez, I must make fucking more boxes. Holy shit. I've tried. I've got all the parts on me and it won't let me. I reckon it's up to a certain amount, then it will. This is the max length carriage now. It's max length. Yeah, and that's what I've just tried. I reckon it's version 4, but the stop after allows you to. Yeah. That's what we got next, and I can't. We need leather just for that. Haven't got any leather. Research it. Fucking hell, chemicals come out of their asses. That I don't know. I think you have to get a right click on it. Yeah. Same, eh? Oh, that shift click is fucking perfect. Metal out of the way. Hey, baby. Yep. Oh, the cow pusher. We can actually make one. Do research welding for that. we're here, we can make it. And then to make it is probably the same. Oh, that's a tough choice. 'Cause I don't know what the crush is built for.
So you probably,
No. Cold Crush is just it's just so you can crush it. You can find massive boulders around the world, and you can put it into there, and it crushes it and it makes it smaller, and it makes the buttons. You know that's for the fucking main tank. No, for the engine, it's used for the engine. You crush the giant coal pieces, and you chuck them pieces straight into the engine, and it lasts longer. Have a look at the terminal as well, since you to see if that's changed for yourself. Why don't you do the upgrade on the ship on the thing with? How I upgraded the length of this. Check, yeah, have a look at that. That's changed a lot since on as well. See if, and you see how much that's changed. Yeah, that's what it was saying to me, and I've got all the reasons for it. Have a look. Springs and yeah, so I thought springs and there's yeah, no, they've changed that. That's why I was like, the brakes and that shit. I've just installed another box. I'm chucking some weapon parts in a box. Too many on me. Too many on me. Build menu. That box there. Wow. I have pushed the head that fast, that much, it wasn't funny. So I've got the two springs, I mean the two bearing things that it look like, and the two strings, and it wouldn't let me do it. That's what I thought. No, that's the name they gave it to me. That's the name they gave it to everyone's name in passengers. It's kind of weird. I've just picked 2 more boxes up. What do we need for... Ooh, so we're into the good area. This is phase 11. He's in the next station. He's what after, do you know how I tried to get that blockage? Yeah, he's after that. I think the blockage is next anyway. Yes, it's the mission was Yeah, it's how far you. Do you know how the top right has the story? What story we're up to? It's that basically. No, I'm making the I'm investing time to make us the big boy ram. To see if I can do one of them yet. Nah, it basically when you get them blockages. I need 2 springs and 2 bolts. I just used it to make. I just used it to make the last floor. What was? Yeah. I got this over. And I'm gonna carry 2 ingots up there too. Waiting for this to happen. 2 ingots, last one. Because I can make the instead of having that RAM 1 at the front, the normal one, I can chuck the RAM 2 there. 2 springs. 2 bolts. 2 bolts. Oh fuck. Look at the front of the train. I was like, oh, guess what? It did not use any of this shit. It didn't. I just grabbed all back out the box. That it basically helps the. So then, if we don't get, we can ram right now, if we needed to. And there's no way out of that gap. Alright, we finished here, looks like. Let me put these stuff away. What's the ammo box take? Yeah. That's how much wood you go through. That's how much wood you go through on building the... If you look at all the boxes... Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, that's all I've got is the box weapon parts. They're normal handles. Now we're past where he was. We need 4 pieces of leather to make the leather suit. So we need 8 pieces of leather. Make a suit. Make myself a suit. it actually change what your character looks like, or is it just... He's chumpy a little.
No. I that's the same here. I changed my guy from fucking normal version to like a little chumpy, like a little bloke.
Alright, does that change me into a suit? I can't tell. Yeah, I'm now... Okay. So I'm now got... Hello, I got a box of ammo on me. Create an armor plate. I already got one hidden. So this must be to do with the armor plates and that shit. Symbols, armor plate. I think now we're being judged because Chug was up to the bandages. Now it's trying to hint me to make a grapple hook. I've already got a grapple hook. Craft another one. Okay, I'll put mine in the box. For fuck's sake. Craft. What do I need? I need copper and 2 bolts. Yeah. Oh shit, we're out of fucking wood. Chuck it into the smelter. Yeah. We need to go start farming some more then. Yeah, so I know that. Looks like we have to go start farming some more. We got any no more scrap left. Scrap metal. Empty. Yes. We need iron. Iron. Now we'll swap that in there for that. Here. My grapple hook into a box. Look, my grapple hook was full naked. I'm gonna make 2 nuts. What's that? No, they've got... You can't swap anything in this game anymore. Used to be able to in previous editions. Maybe now I can craft a... I knew I left a spring on me for a reason.
Yeah, it's that machine, basically. You need a coin You need a coin for it. You don't?
Just have to craft. Um, that's glitched. That mission, grapple hook mission. Craft a grapple hook. Two scrap metal. Yeah. Good. We are done here. Because we've got we're gonna need a lot of materials. Yes, I know, right? My turn to roll smoke. Game says how, and the game says I've unlocked it. Yeah, and we're out of metal. Holy shit. First time I'm gonna say that. Probably not the last either. We need one more. We need one ingot, and we'll have a the scrapper unlocked. Scrapper the press and all that. That's easy to unlock. Yeah, so it looks like the grapple hook is not recognizing, because that's my second one. Enough room in inventory here. Hang on. There you go. It changed it. It just changed it. It's changed it. It's changed it. Catch any item from the void. Alright, let's now go to the void. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Pitch black. It's dark in here. Yeah, keep your eyes open. Grapple hook. Don't need chemicals. Train's break on. Wood. Collected. Well, I'll try to. Sharky boy, come back. Fucking hell. Second, no, not fucking. We'll be back in a second. The fuck you just blow up. What I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna have a cigarette. So let me just see here and roll smoke. Just tell me when you need me to start the ship. I mean the Why do I keep calling it a ship? Eh? The train back up.
Yeah, we need to teach Chad that trick too about shooting that. Why doesn't he do it? Like he walks up and hits them. He does? Okay. Sure. Cause wait. Yeah, I know a little bit because I just see there's a fuckload of materials in this area. More than I'm used to. We got an incoming I see you hiding over there. Fucking stingray. I think. I am. No, not evil bastard who appear when I'm trying to light my smoke or something. Now it wants me to cry off the backpack. Need leather. Yes, we have been crafted it. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. See that rock up ahead of us? Like, watch for a shoot. Right? You see my grapple gun? That rock right there? There's a stingray, there's a thing that hangs the leech on the side of it. You can see the head of it. Look closely. It's waiting for us. Alright. Strike lit. Strike a second. I'll go bait. I'll be bait. I'm having a smoke because I'm fucking easiest thing to do. Why can't I go to that island over there, chop all that wood down and then jump back on the thing? Easier. I know, right? See when it makes noise. Alright. You jump out. You jump out. Come on, Shark. There's a chunky one. There's a chunky one up there. Shoot, shoot. Sorry, we're not moving it away soon. I'm just having a smoke break. Need this once in a while. It's been a 4-hour fucking broadcast almost. I almost pumped chomps hours. No, I usually do it so then I'm usually finished by the time traffic gets back on. So you don't get leather from it, you only get I get fat from them. What did I say I needed? 1 ingot? 1 ingot? I can craft that 1 ingot on Sydney. Now I can unlock the crusher. So the crusher makes the water containers. You know what I mean? The water fucking, yeah, with the water bottles looking things. We can now make the water buttons. Next thing is the press. That's easy. I've got half the materials already. No, you're not. You hit the button for me. You hit the train button for me. He'll give us leather. He'll give us leather if you kill him. Alright. Moment you only need. The moment we need leathers. We need. How much is one backpack? If I craft me and you both one. So we're gonna need total. We're gonna need 4 leather. So I'll craft me a new one. Oh. I'm seeing on the front of the ram. Push me away. Did I shoot it? Oh yeah, I did. Good. No bleach, no bleach. Fucking wood. Saying we needed wood now, and the game's like, yeah, we'll just give you a fucking wood. Okay, we need scrap metal now. Did they have the old wreckages of the old trains inside the thing? Yeah, that was it. They're just fucking freaky. I have to get rid of them. Yeah, it fucking feels like an actual proper train. Oh, they have Ian Reese. Oh, I got 1 leather. I got 1 leather. We need 4 more. Oh, how? Whoa. Hunting these fish things. Oh. 2 leather. We need another 2 more. If I craft 1 backpack. That gave me nothing. You get. Oh fuck! Who's coming ahead of us? One of them bad guy dropped fucking spots. Oh, you do the old. I've got enough leather on me to make one backpack. We just need leather on you to make you one. But they made it realistic where you need, yep, you need another two. Found the one. Man. Cool. I'll make mine first, then I'll make yours. Yeah, I know, right? Jeez. Yeah, we probably will actually, because we need to make you any armor. Armor takes 4 leather. Yeah, I was the same. Fuck off. That's that. Got my backpack built. We need. Oh, maybe not. I can make yours in a second. Increases your backpack by 3 slots. That's what comes in handy. We're both gonna need the. We get any other scrap metal? Now, fat can be chucked into fat can be used as a burning tool, brother. Helps us burn or helps us burn, so we're not using all that wood. There's a backpack on the crafting on the workbench. After it finishes. No, you should be able to pick it up. So I left it in the table. Yeah, and then you've got your inventory and equipped up. Yes, extra 3 slots. Now the extra 3 is gonna come in handy. Oh, 2 cogs. Okay, give us a list on the side to tell us what we need to get. That's all you need to do. So, so I can pin a fucking, what are they called? Pin it to the side of the arm. We've now got the press unlocked. Oh, guess what we're going and guess what I've unlocked. Look what the next thing is to craft in research bench. That means we're gonna have to soon extend. Especially if you look how big this thing is. Yeah, it's huge, like. Look how big that bastard is. Alright, what do we need for steam engine? Game can't say I have not. Fuck, we got fucking. So we are gonna need fucking more scrap metal. Hoping the bastards have scrap metal on that fucking foundation thing over there. What are you moving? One bolt. Do that now.
And these are
Get the brake
dangerous
before we get there.
we seem to have encountered before.
Holy shit. No, I think it automatically makes, so I think it automatically does. Lol. Green parts. That. Wanna hit me? I'll hit you back. Die, you bastard. Green part here. Two of them. Get yourself check out the green parts too. Yeah, I'll do that before. +2 handling. Yeah, up top, isn't there? Oh yeah, I see him. Oh, so that one's with the machine gun. The annoying one. No, it's flogging the fuck out of me. Yeah. Not shot. He's dead.
We're going to have to stay here a little.
Did you drop a token?
At least to clear
Leave
the
me a token. Oh no, he dropped something better. He dropped a drum mag for the fucking machine gun. Alright. Look for loot.
Unfortunate news.
The stab with the battery.
Post. Oh, no, wait.
And lol.
It's a
I see what Chad thinks the guy reminds him of
what he looks like.
of fucking Penguin. Go look at the picture on the desk. It's Penguin. Claimed. Yeah, that's where you pick it up from. Yeah, this time it's on the desk. See what them parts did, and see what them parts did for the gun wise. You jumped straight over, brought it straight over. See what them parts did to you and for you. See what it does to your weapon. Let me see. I'm gonna check some. I got .6 handling for the fucking handgun. And yeah, my accuracy's huge. Just chuck it in the box, basically. Yeah, you've got the mini Karai hand machine gun, so you've got 2 pieces for the machine gun. Fuck, we got chemicals. We got chemicals coming out of our asses almost. What does it do? Yep. That's savage. Damage is up. Nice. Might be. Well, I attached armor into the vest I'm wearing. So I've got 1 level armor. Oh, you snipe bastards with that thing. You snipe bastards with it. It changes the look of your gun. Every upgrade you do changes the look of your gun. If you look at mine looks whole different to yours. Mine's got now like a square body-ish. You know how we start when you think we started, it's like a round body gun? Mine's a square body. Yeah, because you've done the same couple upgrades. So we need to get we need to get leather so we can make you a vest. Need 4 pieces of leather. So we can make you a vest. So then we can start wearing armor. What? Chemicals. Let's go explore. Since we're now... Fucking hell. Just chuck it overboard if... Chuck it overboard if you don't need it. But I'm keeping it on me just in case, like, Chartle or something else joins us. I'm at the moment trying to complete that mission up top. Trying and failing. Ah. Yeah. You know what the next mission is, don't you? You know what the next mission is, don't you? The steam engine. What, the steam engine part? No, I've looted everything. There's not. I played the demo of this for like hours on end. I got a box of fat.
got 6 fat. Yeah, that's what I'm currently turning into lubricant. We need doobie doobie. We need. What'd you do? I hate it. You know what else we need for this? Yes. Yeah, we need to get used to leather. 4 leather, so we can make you the armor. They're the best, don't worry. We need 2 more pieces. Whoa. We need 2 more pieces. Yep. I think it's 4 leather for the vest. Yeah, 4 leather. We need 2 more pieces of leather then. One more piece of leather. Let's turn one of them into leather. Ah, still. And look for a chunk. Find a chunk. Chunk it in the crusher. Chunk will cover up both hands. That's all it's telling us we need. Nah, you have to carry the bastard. It's that big. You have to carry him in your hand to the actual crusher. Put it into the crusher, and then rock come up ahead. Rock come up ahead. Rock come up ahead. Your side. Destroyed it. I don't know from now. There's a rock. I destroyed a rock. Massive one. I believe I can swim. Please. Please. You hit the handbrake. Oh, no. The ship's just being slow. Fuck. Damn you! Fuck. I was gonna knock back for a 6. That's our mission. We're gonna find a big lump of coal. Or that. You can find massive ones. Yeah. I think I could. I just killed it. Ow. Fucking I got knocked for his. No, he knocked me for a 6 using the I need to get some health. That's why I know we got food. Hit the handbrake. Oh, you did hit the brake good.
start using some of this orthography? Using some of the orthography just to get my hunger full so my health can start regenerating. Ah, full food. Yeah, I've been looking everywhere for these large chunks. Ah. Holy shit. Still got 10 on me. And we don't need more ice. Holy fuck. Yeah. We can make some. I hear you. Well, where is it? Yeah. Can you give me nothing? Yeah, we only need... What is that worth? Ah, you're hooking up a stack of iron. Nice. Fucking hell. This uses that much iron and ain't funny. 4, 8, 9, 10. 12 pieces of iron, 2 pieces of copper. That's how much the forge. That's how much. Look how much the fucking smelter's gonna cost us. Steam engine. I got confused. Yeah. So that's one thing I like. Smelting all the iron we can get. Smelt all the iron we can get to make fucking all the pieces. And again, doesn't say it, but if we get past that part, you know what I mean. If you get 2 more there, let me know. Yeah, no, we need one more. That's what I was trying to say. We need one more piece of leather. Oh, fuck, this gravel hook fucking sounds funny when it goes off. It's breaking. Oh shit, I was gonna knock for a 6. Fat. I don't need fat. Trying to say something again, Maya. A lot of chemical. You don't need chemical. Yes! Come back to ship. You don't need any copper, we got tons of it.
Yeah, we got tons of copper. You know, things in the top box. There's a spare armor sheet up there for you. Yes, you can actually. Do you know that thing I put on the vest? There's now a vest. There's now a vest near you. In the workbench. Armor for you. Grab from the top box that silver sheet looking thing. That's an armor sheet. And go to the workbench. And it's built for you. Go to workbench and please equip that. And grab the armor sheet.
Now you got armor. That's one Chubb was missing. He needs to get. Oh, he needs to build an armor vest for himself.
Did it fit into one? Did you equip it? Yep. See the one armor above your health? Oh, I thought I was gonna make that. I did make that. But fuck, look how close these arms are getting. Holy shit. So then gunfights, all you have to do is remember carry your armor on you. Oh, we got a big node coming up in the center. Not us. Very nice, do we know? We got tons of it. I know we're gonna need it later on for the what's it called? Oh, that glare is real when the sun hits your fucking screen in game. Oh, lol. Looks like we're underwater. You know what I mean? If you look where the sun is, it's a weird looking shit, but the glaze like you're underwater. Damn you! Get back to your side. This
side.
One metal shake. But we do need it. Folks. Cogs, we've got 2 of there. Okay, no.
Food. Two bolts, two pistons. Makes wires. Wire. Bolts. You do that when I'm doing this. My fault. I'm turning it all into the needed assist. Spot. Oh, nice. We need that. You carry your hand, aren't you? Chuck it into the crusher. Oh, that hit me for 6. Researching the steam engine. Researched. Yeah, it's now telling us about the steam engine now in the
Now guess what? Guess what? Craft. Steam engine. So we might need to do the extension, go do a fuckload of farming before we even do that. Yeah, same. Where's that? Meadow. Whee, thank you. I got a boost from the explosion. There's wood to our left. Wood to our left, looks like. Tons of it. Scrap metal, tons of it. Yeah. Scrap metal, I'm going to start saying that in a second. Enjoy your ride. I thought I enjoy your ride because I just seen you get low on shit. Yeah, I know what you mean. I had to eat a whole bunch of ice as well just to fix get my guy back up to full hunger. Food, yeah, yeah, brother. Yeah, as soon as you get that that full hunger bar, your health starts regenerating. Now I'm trying to get all the pieces I think we're gonna need for the extension. So I don't want to do the extension first before we even go anywhere into building the motor, but I'm gonna have the motor pieces ready as well. we need to focus on the scrap metal and wood. So we've got constant burners. I think I can throw some. We've got one we've now got smelter level 2 researched. So now we got the second big boy smelter. Holy fuck, she's huge. Do you think we need anything bigger? Holy shit. Yeah, we definitely need some metal. 'Cause that's what that thing takes, is a fuckload of metal. Wood. Change. Stocks. We got any metal? No, we don't. Fuck, we got ice coming out of the zoo. I can see your chemical boxes.
Looks like we have to go for a. Go move forward.
Yeah, I've seen materials. That's what I need it for. The fucking smelter itself. No, you can turn them into you turn ice and I think it's chemical into the liquid, into the actual shit you use for the after the furnace. In this machine, in the crusher, ice and chemical. Ice and that chemical shit you make from the chemical from the laboratory. Yes, we need them for the we're gonna need them chemical basically green things you can make from the laboratory. I know, right? Nice, added good to it. Yeah. Do we need a carry on break? I tell you, I'm using grapple.
I wasn't even aiming for that, and I still got it.
Nice.
Fucking shit size is. If I'm sitting in the middle of the train, I can reach everything almost. Damn it, you hit that one. No, that's what I'm looking for. Maybe. Oh, only because I was hitting the one side. Grabbing the stuff we needed. Like the scrap metal. Almost got 2 full stacks of scrap iron. Something I know we're gonna need. Oh, 4 tobaccos. Oh, we're going nowhere. That's what she said. Go. We got tons of it, don't we? Where the water is, there's 10 more ice. Yeah. Holy fuck, that take up a lot. Water things take up fucking 2 slots.
We can now make steel. Okay, we need claw and some brown shit. Doesn't tell me what it is. Zinc. We need 3 pieces of zinc. You can't make it. You have to find it. And one brass. I think. Yeah, it's one of them ones. And we need to find a zinc block, a full one. We need 3 of them to fit it into a smithy as well. It's burning from wires. Yeah, we're gonna need 3 more. Yeah, there's one of them that it's in this thingy. You need 3 more of one type of it. I can't remember the name of the type. But we need zinc. Doesn't tell me basically. Some weird big giant chunk, and we need zinc. We need 3 of them. Go look at the table. Go look at the research table. This the second one that I'll see that big fucking giant shit. Look what the thing looks like. No, that's the one next to it. The thing with the brass bar. It looks like it's got crystals all over it. We need to find 3 of them. No, that's the chunks of something else. That's we find 3 of them. So we need to go farming a lot more. Massive bar in the center. So we need ice again, don't we? I'm trying to hold off storage until we can get that second cart done. And I'll be doing a mass lot of storage. No, we're gonna need. We're gonna need. Fuck. Up, some up. I think you got that. We got sent for a 6. None. Warn us when you hit the brake. I was trying to swim forwards and I can't swim forwards. We only need scrap metal. Tons of it.
so we can start turning it into the parts for the upgrade. Yeah, I'm trying to tow the train, it doesn't work. Did the game just kick you again? Forever. Jeez, me broadcasting. Yeah, I thought so. I can't say I've got enough materials. Okay. He's looking at you again. I think it's my internet. My internet's my husband's same internet's not to the house. Oh, one left. What the fuck? There's one of them fish things left. Only one. I'll turn around. We're almost at the next thing as well. On it still. I might need to redo my end. There you go. Save it. Save game.
smoking. I've been broadcasting for about 5 hours. Yeah, I can tell the latency on my end. That's just not normal. Let me just reboot my end. Quick game. So the Germans could reboot my end. No, I just rebooted my game. Just in case it was mine. Just live stream, you're just seeing my desktop and who my gaming computer's through. Australian gaming company basically built my computer. That's games. That's how many games. How much is games and how many games I've got? It's just not funny. I had to reboot the game. I was just looking, I'm like, where the fuck's he gone? Looking everywhere. And then I hit the exit key. I hit the exit key and I'm like, oh, he's not on anymore. The guy just found out that he was too overweight. Right, I've started it back up. Now try. It was set as no. Look how close we're to the next area too. That's what I'm doing, bro. I've been farming like that top chest is just for upgrades. That's how you know when you're about to disconnect, your character will go straight down. If actually Chud played with us on his end. We can probably help Chud like jumping in his game. Help him as well. Reverse. I was trying to collect everything and I couldn't. Lol. I'll do that just in case I fuck the gearbox. Wait, has this thing got a gearbox? Hang on. Yeah, at least. Just checked underneath just in case. So we're not needing chemicals.
That's good skill. Nah, I see that. Going for it. Chunk of ice. How do I put it? Picked it up. Why isn't it in my inventory? It just literally did not chuck it in my inventory. I lost it. Oh, I even checked my backpack. It's not in my backpack. Nah. No. Seems too full. Oh, my gun fell apart. See the fucking big chunk up ahead of us? Yeah, I can't reach. Grab hook. Oh, too far. Shit gun parts, I'm chucking overboard. Shit gun parts, I'm chucking overboard. One's a shit. That's better. I'm not saying. Yep. Let's get a full stack of chemicals on me already. Chuck these overboard. Drop. Drop. Oh, that went straight down. Drop coming in. Be something good in that. No, chemicals. Chemicals. Ow. Fuck you. You fucking plant. I just grabbed a lump of coal. I grab it and it's not in my backpack. What does that mean? Backpack was wasn't empty. It wasn't full either. No, there's no one off my head. I grabbed. Fucking full box of fucking chems on me. Oh, duh. I see it on the side of my screen. Yeah. Good. I'll take that. Hoping there's a whole bunch of scraps there, or we're gonna have to wait for the next one to do the motor. Did I get that? Did you get that? Oh, I knew one was dead. Fuck.
Jump. Get on the ship before we get fucking. Oh, behind us too. Yeah, I'm too far. Oh, I got it. I got it. Take us into the helm of helms. Yeah, can I? I'm just looking. Quick look. No, I can't see anything else. It's a fucking mini game. It's a tough mini game. Fuck. Hang on. Hang on. I want to go surfing. Whoa! He brought me back to the ship! I was stuck on the other side of the door! Yes, it is basically Kirashkin. It is basically a
Looks
loot,
promising.
loot up.
At least on
See what
the
we can find before we get out for that firefight. Oh, door. Let's get to this door first. We need to find the key. We need to find the key.
Definitely can't open it with a hammer this time.
Alright, see if we can do the extension. Shit. See if we can do the extension. Missing a bearing, it looks like. Oh, there's 6 springs in there. Oh, we need. I got chemicals on me. Do I do? It was a firework. How can we broadcast in 5.5 hours? Wow, so. Oh, I'm coming in. But how many times can you do it? Hopefully. Everyone's calling the game a sandbox version of fucking everyone thinks it's a sandbox version of no, we don't. We don't need more leather. We got our armors attached already. I used a spinny. It's teaching people how to play how to play fucking slot machines. I know, right?
got fucking ready for it. I've got 6 springs and 2. Unless it's one together, it might be. That's what might be in that that's what might be in that room. Because the locked door over there we need to get a key for. The next part to give us the extension. Because we have to kill them anyway to get the I wonder if it's sniping. Bro, you can snipe the bad guys like literally with a with your hang on. Oh, I killed him. I killed one of them. That dude's got a heavy machine gun. Break his armor. Remember, you got armor. Whoa. There's more of them. Last one. My armor's almost dead. Oh, he had a key. Got that key. Oh. You. I need that key. Oh, fucking. I swear they got heavy machine guns. Crouch. Ha ha ha! Try to shoot me, assholes. Not shot. I shot him in the ankles, you got weak ankles. Shoot him in the ankles, they got weak ankles. They got cankles. Ow! Headshot. No health. Shoot him once. Oh, wait, I just killed him. And him. And him. Yeah. That's the dude with the machine gun. Shut up. Fuck. 2 of them. Headshot. Headshot. Alright, I'll go run and check out this key does. I'll go use the key. You go do that, I'll use the key. Tell me find the good. Teamwork. He's the leader and I'm the scrapper. Get now. There's training here. Training here. Guess what? We got the extension. We got the extension. We got the extension. More scrap. I'll lead up in here. I'll keep leading this room up in a second. I'll just go install the extension. Yep, that's telling us now we've got the next part. We've got the second wagon.
Uh-oh. Look at our big train.
Yeah, brother.
Always grow up so fast.
Oh, the guy's like, oh, you think you're up so fast. Let's see if I can do any extensions to that. Shooting legend. He's shooting the barrels that usually go boomy.
extend that. I want to extend that last one. You know what I mean? Extend that last cabin, last trailer. Scrap. Yeah, it's basically a Bioshock, but Sandbox World version almost. I see you. Holy shit! Did you see the extension done? Let's start moving everything, like all the big equipment, to the back to get ready to do the other one. You know exactly what I'm thinking about doing next. Just attach the wood. Attach the wood. We're gonna need wood to transfer things, so I'm gonna move the big things first to the back. And that's a. Yep. 'Cause our next one is Oh my god, I just got airborne with his You know what I'm getting ready. You know I'm getting ready, aren't you? And yep, stop relocating. Ah. I need to repair half of these as well. If you see them in ghost mode, they need to really be repaired. You know exactly why I'm doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know anything why I'm doing this, I'll show you in a second. Do I have to move one box at a time, you evil game? Yes. Whoops, I just took the box. I destroyed the box. When in inventory. I hit F. Don't hit F. Whatever you do not hit F. Deconstruction is all the everything. Try to move it. Like we're still gonna need to make room for the other lot of storages I want to bring in. That's really max extension. Have the length of it now is the length of it now. No, I think it's more than that. But we have to wait till we have to find the next part. And you don't know when that is. It's RNG style stuff. We unlock dipshit features and dipshit features next. You know who I'm talking about. The person that saved me before. kind of saw these just drive straight onto the holder. Oh, it's destroy. I actually destroyed one, and it's saying I stick up everything that's in that box. Because somebody hit the box like right close, and I hit the wrong key. I haven't got enough space for that box. Ah. Hey, I got my chills to make more. I can make at least one more box. Okay. Did we pick up everything from the build box? Fuck. Got all the water. Stop making the water things. We were not need them. Literally. Yeah, we have no space now because of that. Because what's on me at the moment? I've got like 4 of them on me. I've got 5 of them on me, basically. Now we're gonna box just a fucking 5 or 10 water containers. We don't need any more of them water things. Holy shit. There's 10. Yeah, 10 total. Come in here. I'll show you what I looked at. I'll show you what I was looking at. This is what this is. Nice gem. This is the massive thing I'm building next. Isn't that right? That was locked. I still have to go down to another thingy down the other end. That's what I'm building next. But that's gonna be at our next station. I have to build this. It ain't gonna let me build it. Yes. I have. There's a void behind the train. Like literally, I was fell off. Don't fall off the back of the train. There's no safety rail. No, because that's remember the train's not powered. Okay, you're back. You're back there. No. Grabbing scrap. Oh, yeah, I see. I was just grabbing more scrap so we can make more, what are they called? Do you have everything out of the builder box?
want to leave room for